Since the last lesson, I've seen some challenging outfits that I want to attempt for both of these characters. I've decided to add them to this project as additional outfits. I'll talk about the additions to his wardrobe in the next lesson. For now, I'm going to focus on hers. So her original fit comprised of a cropped puffer jacket from Fashion Nova, a pair of urban streetwear athletic pants from the Screenshot clothing brand, a latex jumpsuit from Zasua Sportswear. I have some additional reference to help me with the resolution of the latex jumpsuit. These Balenciaga speed sneakers, and a pair of sunglasses which I fleshed out in some of the concept art. I will be combining these two Versace sunglass designs with some custom work to make the final sunglasses functional on her head. The new additions are a short unitard that I was testing out at the concepting stage, an outfit I just saw on Instagram that was styled by Aliyah and Jody. I'm going to combine her outfit idea with this fishnet unitard to make it a little bit more of a modest fit. All the ornaments she has on will also allow me to use some ZBrush and Maya hard surface modeling techniques in this project. And the fishnet unitard will allow me to use micro mesh in ZBrush. Also comes with some unusual looking boots that I think will be really challenging to rig. Adding these high-heeled boots is going to require some rigging changes or addendums, which I will discuss in this lesson or the next lesson or two when it's time to model these boots. Alright, so before I get started, I'm going to flesh out the anatomy on her chest so that the clothing look correct as they're being created. First, going to add a layer, and I'm going to isolate her torso. Go to a lower subdivision level, and I just really need this top area to look right. This is going to be the collision mesh too, so to make sure clothing have a chance to simulate correctly at that top area. I'm using the Damien standard. Okay, and then I just need to bring the sides in. Because this is in fitted attire, there's the assumption that there is a bra on at all times. So it's going to be held in place, and I think it'll look better in the attire like that. That should be cool, and I think the overall shape didn't suffer just a little bit. All that building has to look like it's wrapping around the rib cage, or at least influenced by that wrap. The first article of clothing I'm going to get started with is the latex jumpsuit. So I'm going to isolate her body and start masking. This is fairly simple. It's going to be covering a certain region. That's very easy to select in the orthographic view. I'm going to turn off perspective. Just select that. Around her neck over there. Make sure I get all the way down to her wrists and right above the ankles. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to do is extract it. So I'll extract it at a very thin thickness. But what I'm going to do here is turn off double because I don't want it to extract in the opposite direction. I just want it to extract off of her surface. So I'll turn off double, go extract. That's about a good thickness. I'll go accept. And the first thing I'm going to do is isolate the upper layer. ZBrush separates the extraction for you with different polygroups for the inside, the rim, and the outer layer. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and isolate the upper layer and go delete hidden. And now I'm going to turn off the temporary clothing I created for her. And I'm going to now start stepping down with Z Remesher so that it starts averaging this mesh to a very simplified model. So let me hide her tail. And I'm going to start with 5K. Let me duplicate this. Let me first get this out of here so I can work on this. So I'll start Z-remesher at 5K. Go Z-remesh. So that's the first averaging, and it's usually not enough because what I'm really trying to do is get rid of all this crease and the separation of the breast region. So I'm going to go yet again lower number at 1000 and Z-remesh. And this is a very good average that'll allow me to adjust these things so that this thing looks like a proper latex or leather jumpsuit. With symmetry on, I'm going to start adjusting this so that it encapsulates her body better. And these things typically fit with this central region being a uniboob, so like one straight line. So I'm going to pull this out with the build up brush. Do some smoothing. So I get a nice straight shape. If I look at it from the top, I want a nice straight taunt shape. Let me fill in some of these parts by using the move tool to move them out. And I'm going to do the same for the back side. So the back side too, I'll make sure her glutes are completely encapsulated. And I just have to now make sure that this is a bridge so that it's indicative of tension. So I'm going to take the build up brush again and build up this region. Polygon count is really low, but that's for the better, because all these movements are not producing weird lumps. Make sure this is just a little bit, it's a better shape. Yeah, like that. All right, now it's time to extract the partition that the zipper compartment is going to be in. So the zipper compartment is very much going to be like what's in the reference I started with. Her outfit is going to be completely zipped up all the way to the top. But just in case I do want it to be functional, I want to make sure I create the parts that allow me to unzip it. Before I get that done, I am going to adjust this neck here because there's going to be fur and I don't want this to be that snug around her neck. So I'm going to duplicate this and pull it just a little bit so there's a little bit of cushion. Let me turn on double right now. Just a little bit of breathing room for me to make sure the fur is to poke out a little, and I'll have many opportunities to adjust it later. All right, so it's time to create a zipper compartment. So to do that, I'm going to solo this, grab my Z remodeler tool, and the default setting should be insert edge loop. And I'm going to insert an edge loop in the central region right there to create a gap that's going to represent the compartment. And I make sure I'm in my orthographic camera, so I turn off perspective for that. And it's now time to isolate that compartment I just created. So I'm going to hold down Shift. Okay, so I'm able to get the entire front, and I'll deselect the back. what I'm going to do is group visible and then duplicate and split hidden. So now I have these two pieces separate. This one I'm going to use to draw the zipper on. All right, so a simple way to clean these shapes up is just to align it to the canvas over there. And just use the move tool to just adjust these things so it's flush with the canvas. It's just a quick, simple way to align things. Basically just using it like a ruler. All right, I'm going to do the same to the actual piece. I'm going to align it with the canvas and just move things so they're aligned. All right, so that's our partition. All right, so this is going to be the final mesh, but before I extrude it, I'm going to go around and do an inspection to make sure it's a good enough mesh for simulation. It's not going to be directly simulated, but I want to make sure that it has nice, evenly spread out topology so that it reacts to the mesh, simulation mesh that's going to be controlling it. So I'm going to duplicate this and do a Z remesher again, because this little edge loop I added has created these really long polygon strips that I don't like. So I'm going to retop again at 1K. And that's a very nice, smooth result. Very good, actually. Really, really nice. And to deal with the melt, I can go in and move things one by one, but I can also go and use inflation here. So I can just inflate by one. That should be good. Let me check transparency to make sure I have not created something too thick. And that looks fine. And the rest of the stuff I can just adjust by hand. Looks like there's an issue here. Don't want for there to be a pull here. If there's going to be a pull anywhere, I want it to be somewhere down here where it's not that visible. So I want to extend this edge loop down here. All right, to fix it in Maya, I'm going to go shading, wireframe and shaded. Turn on my modeling menu, select the multi-cut tool and click here. And come all the way down. To a hidden location right there and go right there and terminate it there. But that's an end gone, so to fix that I'm going to connect it here by creating a pole and just adjust this vertex. Try to adjust it by its normals, respecting the normal of the surface. So just so it's not poking out. So this is quadrant topology. And all I have to do here is take the multi-cut tool and connect. And yet again, I will adjust this by its normals. And this edge is no longer needed, so I'll delete it. Go into the front view. I'm gonna delete half of it. Misbehaving, so I'll delete that. And I'm also going to extrude an edge. Go world vertices. Select this entire edge and snap it to home, and then shift right click, go mirror. Mirror about the x-axis and weld, go perspective, Okay, so those poles are down there. Okay, so we're back in ZBrush with the fix. Just going to inspect to make sure everything looks right. Yeah, there's a weird offset. I'm going to mirror and weld this, not that way. I'm going to flip it in the Z-axis 180, mirror and weld, and then flip it back 180. So one thing you may have noticed when I went to Maya to fix this topology is that my character is not centered in Maya, and I should have done a check. I don't appear to be facing forward in Maya. Part of the reason for doing the real world scale test in Maya was not only to make sure the character is a reasonable human height, but also that character is oriented correctly and that the character is in the center of the scene. But somewhere during the sculpting process, I seem to have shifted her off her center and she is pointing in the opposite direction. But that doesn't matter. I'll make sure when I export her to Maya, I'll center her and turn her to face the correct direction and then store those values, because those values are going to be very important if I have to be sending items from ZBrush to Maya. It's time to give this mesh its final thickness. I'm going to duplicate it, get the Z remodeler brush, and make sure I have extrude on all polygons and extrude inward till it touches her. Now I have to invert. The normals are flipped because I went backwards, so I have to flip them to get the normals pointing in the right direction. I want to make sure I keep this polygroup system. It's going to be very important because I'm going to be doing some minor sculpting on the ankles and wrists, and I want to make sure that it impacts both surfaces, but if there is penetration produced from the sculpting, I want to be able to isolate these layers and fix them. And the next thing I want to do is group by normals, and that'll ensure that every single planar surface has its own polygroup. And I'm going to crease polygroups, and that should allow all these faces to maintain their integrity as I subdivide. So I'm going to subdivide this gradually. I'll fix penetrations as I subdivide. I'm going to subdivide it a few more times and repair the penetration. Divide a few more times. Give it one more subdivision. 21 million should be fine. I'm not going above that. Now it's time to create the outer compartment housing this zipper compartment. So I'm going to make sure perspective is off, grab my mask tool, symmetry on, and select this region. Probably want to do this at the highest subdivision level. Off. And just select. Okay. So that selects everything. And I can deselect the back side. And I'm going to extract this very thin. So 0.001. And I do want it to extract outwards, so I'm going to go extract. Accept that. Looks pretty clean. I'm going to have to take it to finish. I'm going to go solo, isolate the outer shell, and go delete hidden. And then I'm going to resurface it down, starting from 5K. Preserves its integrity. Then I go to 1K, and then I finish at 0.1, and that's pretty good. Did a good job preserving its shape. And then I'm going to take this and extrude it inward so it touches her skin. Not there. Flip it, group by normals, crease those polygroups, and now it's time to divide it. I'm going to divide it to a high number. This is just one way to create like clean compartments that can be edited later. So I'll divide it one more time. And then I'm going to put it in a group with my body of the jumpsuit and go merge folder. Okay. And the end result should be one piece. And then what I'll do from here is dynamesh it. So I'm gonna go open-ended resurface 1200 and dynamesh that. Looks like I still need a little bit more for about 3000. This should suffice. I'll go max out at 4K. I don't really want these hard edges, but I want to pull the most amount of quality and make the edits myself. So this is fine. And we'll just run somewhat of a smooth. So run a little bit of a smooth. Just to lose some of that faceting. And I just want a little bit of that lip. So I'm not even going to project all the way, but it's time to project, so I will bring my final out. Rename this as my dynamesh. And I'll turn everything off so that I can project. So I'll grab this, and really I just want this new part. I want to project data onto this new part, so I'm just going to invert the mask and blur it a bit to lower subdivision level. And shrink the mask one time, and that should be it. I just want to project this region. I'm just going to turn off color, go project. Started to get some of it. Go up subdivision level, project. Go up again. I started to pull some of it. Go to 5. And this should be enough to produce a nice soft edge, but I think I'm going to do one more. So I'm going to go up here and project. Subdivision level 6. That should be enough. Help to create a nice pristine compartment. And I'm done with this mesh. So I'll prepare for its deletion. Now it's time to create the zipper. So that this little panel here, as I mentioned when I started, it's for creating the zipper. So it's going to be the surface that I'm going to be drawing on. This process takes a few tries. I'm going to keep her head there so I can see whether the size looks right. I'm going to select that surface, go find the zipper brush. It's an insert brush, and it's one of these two. I like this one better. This is an insert brush that ships with ZBrush. Really cool brush. Alright, now I'm going to turn off symmetry. Start here. So I'm going the wrong way. And I'm a little too big. I'm going to reduce the brush size. And I'm going to turn on lazy mouse. I'm going to start here. It's not going to work. So the brush might be too small. I'll start here. That's definitely too big. I have to turn on lazy mouse so that I get a nice straight. Line. Okay, so I'm starting too high and I'm coming too low. So I'm going to start lower. And this time stop right there. Not high enough. So a little bit higher. It's still too high, but I like what I've drawn, so I'll just make the necessary edits. Alright, so I'm going to accept this, because it's a pretty hard thing to gauge. You'll just be drawing all day. I'm going to alt click away, and then all I have to really do is, well, first I'm going to, before I start editing it, I'm going to separate it from its platform. So I will invert the mask. Actually, the mask had what I needed selected, so I'm going to go group mask so that I can isolate the surface, and go split hidden. So that separates my zipper from my platform. And now to fix this zipper, it has more tracks. Let me remove the actual handle. This is a zipper handle by auto grouping, and so I can get all these pieces out of there and go split hidden. And my objective is to bring that zipper down. So let me center the manipulator on it and move it down. And there are some tracks I don't need. So I'm going to go here, hide the zipper again, and get rid of, do an auto group, and get rid of all of these tracks. I don't need them. So I'll go delete hidden. And then I'll take this, straighten it, and position it at the base where it's supposed to be. Do the same with this. And it looks like I won't be needing that piece either. Just isolate it. Actually, I'll just leave it in there for now. It's not a big deal. This is one of those things that's just really not going to show much. And if I do decide to use it, I'll start making some additional edits to fine tune it for functionality. But yeah, that should be the zipper. And whatever crookedness it has, I can fix with my move brush. I'm going to adjust it so it's at the center. Just check its alignment. It's pretty good. It's not bad at all. All right. So the last thing I need to make this zipper functional is the platform that it's going to sit has to be two separate pieces, so that if you unzip, you can separate those two pieces. So I'm going to select my base. Now that I'm done with it, I'll keep a copy of it, but I'll go solo. And all I have to do is pretty much just split these two apart. So with symmetry off, I'm going to isolate one side and then go delete hidden to get rid of it, to get rid of the hidden part, and then move this slightly inward. So now it should feed. There should be a slight gap, but I do have to be very careful because I want it to be as close as possible. So I'm going to frame it. Make sure I scale it so it's as close as possible, but not too close that if I mirror and weld, let me solo. Yeah, so it doesn't connect. I just want two pieces so it's in there correctly. All right, then the next thing to do to it is to give it the cleanup treatment. So I will extrude it. It's a slight thickness. And then I will group by normals. And I will crease poly groups. And now that I have the final piece, it's pretty clean, so I'm going to leave it alone. I'm just going to activate symmetry, mirror, and weld. And if I solo, yeah, it should be fine. This needs a little bit of adjusting. All right, so that's all the parts needed to simulate a zipper closing and opening. It looks like I might have made a mistake here. I was supposed to connect these. I should be able to do it with Z Remodeler. So I'm going to go to Z Remodeler, and I'm going to go to this face, right click, and go to delete. And all I want to do is delete a single poly face. So I'll go like that. It should delete both of them. And then I should be able to right click on an edge, extrude, single edge loop, or mesh border, I think. And if I grab this, it should have made a connection. Let me just check to make sure. Let me turn on local. Yeah, that's a pretty bad connection. So let me try this again. I think it depends on how you've angled the brush. There we go, that's perfect connection. And I should be able to just increase that central region. Let me turn off symmetry and go on crease. Yeah, and that should increase that central region. And go mirror and weld, and that should repair that. So if I divide now, okay, I'm going to select this and crease that and divide. Okay, so now it's holding its form and subdividing as expected. Alright, so that's it for this zipper compartment. Let me divide it a few times so it smooths out nicely. Alright, so the next order of business is to do some light creasing at the wrists and the ankles. I won't be doing creasing anywhere else because, as I've mentioned before, I'm counting on the nCloth system to do all the cloth simulation for this with the help of an intermediary mesh. I have an entire course where I did something like this and it worked out pretty well, so I'm going to use it for all her clothing. But at the hands over here, these creases, I don't expect nCloth to create them because I have specified the length of the limbs as far as the jumpsuit is concerned. So there's no slack that's going to produce any creasing. And usually when you wear these things, you're going to have some bundling up from the fact that this thing is longer than your hands, just a little bit slightly longer. So those need to go in, and I believe they'll work really well with simulation. The simulation might end up adding some more creases around the wrist and the ankles, and I think it'll mix well with what I'm about to do. All other creases, like the ones that are going to go around the elbow and the knees, they'll work out really well. All these moving parts will produce really good creases, I believe. So before I get started, I've noticed something I want to fix real quick. It's the zipper, and I'm probably going to be fixing this stuff a lot, but it's not perfectly centered at the top. So I'm going to move it to be centered and adjust the zipper accordingly. Alright, so to get started with the creasing, I'm going to go to a lower subdivision level and start with a sensible silhouette. This is going to be really light, and to duplicate it. And that's too low to see anything, so I'm going to go one step higher and start creating the cloth-like forms. This is still too low, so I'm going to go to subdivision level 4. And I should actually use the Damien standard. It works really well for these light cloth work. turn off the floor. I'm gonna make some shapes that I typically see with cloth, and I really should turn off symmetry. After about the first couple of strokes, I'm gonna turn off symmetry, and then this will force me to go to the other side and create a lot more unique detail over there. So these Y's and S shapes that you typically see when people are wearing stuff like this, are just general creasing of leather and latex, and I'm not going to do too much. I have to make sure it's less intense as it travels up, and that should suffice. It should work. I'm just going to terminate some of these shapes. And go to the back and make sure it's also making sense. So that's a fairly good blockout. Alright, I'm going to go to the other side and try to flesh out its shapes. Careful how I combine this to produce two Y's. Okay. Okay, that's about good. As I go to higher subdivision levels, I'll create a very light transition that allows it to fade out. But I think this is pretty good. Start. Okay, so that's a pretty good block off for the hand. I'll do some light strokes here and I'll polish at the higher stage, just really light. Just mostly horizontal lines. show through that much. Alright, so now let me move to the ankles. Isolate this. Use the same logic, but I'll start with symmetry on so I can get just some initial data. And then I'll turn it off. Good thing. To help preserve asymmetry. They're too close to each other to have very similar information. So diamond shapes and Ys is mostly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a big, prominent fold too, like probably just one. One good deep fold just to break things up so I don't have the same intensity of creases. Let me get some on the other side. Always have to zoom out after a while just to make sure you're not creating some illogical creasing. Usually when you find crease data, you'll find one side of it. You can use reference to get one side of it, and then use the logic that you're seeing to figure the other side out. For me, I've done enough of this that I start to understand what to do and what not to do. To be careful just like the wrist, as you proceed up, this stuff has to die down. You can't just have all these high intensity creases. So towards the top, I'm going to get some really light minor folds like that, and this one needs a lot more. Definition. And I have a lot of cloth sculpting to do in this particular lesson, so I'm going to make sure I show different ways to try this stuff. One thing I should have done here was also maybe vary the size of the brush, but I think I know how to make sure I fix brush strokes that are looking very similar as I progress up the subdivision level, so I'm not so worried about that for this. And when it's light creasing like this, it's not that hard. It's fairly simple thing to achieve. Make sure I'm terminating this at some point in time with wider strokes. Go back down here and make sure these are being defined well. Try to make big strokes so that I'm getting crisp lines, not squiggly, messed up lines. Especially at this stage, because this is basically defining the foundation. And if you get too preoccupied in these small regions and scribbling, you end up with these not so attractive shapes that propagate all the way up. I think this is pretty good. This is a very wide gap. It should probably have some kind of zoom out so I don't go too far. Yeah, this is unusual. If I put it there, it needs to be really light. Y would work over there. I'm gonna go over here and make sure I create some light strokes in the front too. Okay, I think that's a bit much though. I think I might have gone too far up the leg. I'm gonna tone down some of these. Too far up the leg with the intensity. Just have to tone down. And contain it to more of the ankle region. A little bit more toning down. Feel the gradation of creases to sort of disappear as we get closer to the gastrocnemius and this top area. So before I move on to the next subdivision level and polish, I'm just gonna take a look at it. I need to go up and define the ones in the wrist a lot better. And there's some areas here that don't make too much sense. Push these a bit more. there's always like one region that should be, for something like this, really pushed. It has like the most bundling, and then around it you kind of tone down. Let me zoom out, take a look. Yeah, that's about right. Same for the other side. I really wanted to put all this work on a layer. I forgot to do that. I'm going to show a simple way to get all this information back onto a layer. I'll do it before I continue. Okay, so before I proceed, I'm going to transfer all this data onto layers and possibly also a morph target. So to do that, I'm going to duplicate what I have so far, and I'm going to take the original and go back through my undo history until I get to my original plane surface. 7 more undos. Okay, so now I have my original back. Might as well duplicate that too, just so I can keep that undo stack. Call this new sculpt data, and then I'll hide this. And what I'm going to do is go to my highest subdivision level and first add a layer and also store a morph target. This might not work as expected, but I think it should be fine. And I'll store a morph target. And then what I'm going to do, just not so I don't have to make the machine do too much work, is select the areas where I've done all the sculpting and just project the data onto it. So it's just this region, these regions right here. And that's about enough. I think that's as far as I went. And I'll start at where I've been sculpting, subdivision level 4, reverse that. And now it's time to turn everything off. Let me clean up the scene a bit first. Take this to the top, put it underneath the trash, and deal with it shortly. I'm going to turn all these off. And all of that. Solo this. And starting from subdivision level 4, I will project. Okay, so that puts pretty much all the data. I don't really think I need to do any more. I think that should be, yeah, that should be enough. All right, so I've now gotten everything onto a layer with a morph target. I don't need this mesh anymore, so I'm going to throw it in that workroom folder and actually just merge up to put it in the trash. And I'm going to continue. So there's something that I've noticed about what I've done that needs fixing, specifically for this lower region here. When you have creases like this, usually there's like one big portion where it's really intense, like the most intense fold is, and I have to pick that area. And for me, it's going to be somewhere around here. And this is where the biggest fold is, and then the folds around it radiate to basically nothing. So I'm going to push some select areas here, since I've decided this is the one that's going to be this particular fold. This is where my folds are most intense, here. And it should impact the silhouette. If I look at it, I should be able to tell that this particular row is my most intense. So to do that, I might even use the build up to thicken the fold. Yeah, so that one area. Yes, that makes sense. Now I'll continue to make its shapes slightly larger, and it really should grossly impact the silhouette. We want like a pull on the more aggressive side. It's like a pull and then a push on the area that's losing material to allow it to bundle up on the other side. So I'm gonna push this in a little bit and just make sure that this side is the intense area. It's taking most of the material. I'm gonna go do it on the other side. So I'll designate this as the aggressive side. Make sure the other side is It looks good. As I go up, I'll be careful about where I'm intensifying the fold. Yeah, so this is the most aggressive fold, and then everything sort of tapers to nothing from these focal points. Time to step up a few subdivision levels, maybe just two, and clean up these shapes. And in order to help me focus, I'm going to isolate each section. Okay, so I'm going to use my Damien standard. I'm actually going to go a little higher to 6. And I'm going to try my flatten brush with Alt to pull out these shapes so they're crisper. And let's go back to the brushes. I'll try the clay brush now. Let me lose these muddy shapes. Get more polished shapes. to be careful about making these quick brush strokes because it produces the broken up muddy dots. Especially at this level, there's no need to be doing that here. Should be tying down the stuff. I'm gonna use my Damien standard to just go through, outline these shapes. Make sure I'm getting something that's right. And this appears to be a wrong shape that I should probably fix on a lower subdivision level. This would make more sense. Going between the Damien standard and the clay. Make sure that these folds have like the right shape. They all can't have the same width throughout the entire pathway. So it has to taper in some regions. Another thing I forgot to do, which you can always do later, is just a light indication that this is recessed. The lower subdivision level you do it at, the better it looks. So all these open areas need to be a little recessed, not too much because the latex is really tight, so it will plaster onto the skin in those areas, but you need some type of information over there that's indicative of a recession. And you can also emphasize it by having this stuff taper a little bit better. Go a little bit lower. Define this taper a bit better. move to this side. Step up to 5. I think the best option is the clay brush. Clean up these shapes. And the Damon standard. And standard never disappoints. Clean up these muddy shapes. Here, make sure I have the recession. It's an important thing to show. Yeah, it looks like Damon standard is what's doing all the heavy lifting. There's so many ways to do different types of cloth, and sometimes it's between the clay brush, flatten brush, Damon standard. You can use trim dynamic too. Also depends on what style you're going for. If you're going for a very stylized look, Damon standard can do the job by itself. It just gets the peaks very well. It does the right type of digging. And there are many tools that you can use. I think I even purchased a cloth pack, but for doing creases, and you can use ZBrush's simulation system too in very smart ways, which I will do for the ribbing of these sweatpants that I'm about to get to. But you still do have to know how to try some of this stuff by hand, so you can fix problems that happen if you run into them during simulation. Yeah, and it's very dangerous to be playing with these shapes on subdivision level 6 like I was doing on the other side. I mean, on a very high subdivision level, it really produces some muddy results. So you kind of have to be careful and stay on these lower subdivision levels to define things. I'm gonna do the recession here. Because wherever you pull material up, you always have to make sure in the surrounding areas the material is pulled down. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the other side and give it the same treatment, just a little bit. So So I do a few of these. This doesn't feel right. This was a last minute addition, so I have to make sure it makes sense. And this also doesn't feel too right. Make sure these recessions, I smooth them out because they're being done with the Damien standard. So just want to lightly smooth them out. Look at this thing from a distance. It's not bad. Sometimes you really want to be careful because you're looking at these non-realistic materials, and this basic material is closer to a more realistic material. At least it doesn't have the extra cavity and emphasis, and it's just trying to simulate real lighting environment, the proper shadows. So every once in a while you want to switch to these more realistic materials at the bottom here to see what's happening. Okay, I have a lot of sculpting to do, so I'm going to move along, and then if I take a look at this, rather than just going at it over and over again, which can last forever, sometimes it's good to just have it just sit there and then keep working, and if you run and see an issue later, you can come back and fix it. So I'm going to give these the same treatment. Just do a little bit of polishing, and it's mostly a Damien standard with using Alt to pull out, to extrude, and just a brush in its regular mode to emphasize the recessions. And these corners here, I have to make sure they feel connected because it really helps to sell the final look. So this is more like a freestyle attempt at cloth. For the sweatpants, I'm going to be following the reference to almost a T, and then I'll use the information I learned from doing the side of the reference I can see to define the back side that there's no reference for. And it is looking at reference that improves your ability to do the freestyles. If you do it from reference enough times, then you start to see what shapes you're supposed to be shooting for. And even though I started this session doing like these really like scribbling in these isolated areas, these smaller regions, that's not advised. You want to go with like these long, fast strokes so you get these very nice straight forms on relatively lower subdivision levels. If you go high and go try to do this stuff, you'll get that muddy feel. So every time I see the muddy areas like this, I'll take the flattened brush and hold down Alt so it pulls it out. So it's not actually flattening, it's sort of like reverse flattening, pulling it up, but doing it in a very even way. And sometimes you just have to look at the profile, some of these shapes, and just move them manually. That never hurts. So in areas like this where they're misbehaving, I'm gonna let this breathe, go to the other side. Not bad at all. Alright. So what I'm going to do now is run a clay polish on subdivision level 6. I don't want to obliterate all the sculpt work I did, so I'm just going to come up here and see which setting best works. And the whole thing. So I will, yeah, it looks like this isn't bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Stick with this for now. And like I said, I really want to see how well it blends with the cloth simulation. If it misbehaves, and I can come back and turn off the layer. I think it's going to be fine. All this is really good. The hand is also not so bad. So this is our first cloth attempt today. Let me see with some materials that better represent glossy surfaces. Yeah, the one on the foot really worked out really well. I don't know about the one on the wrist. I think they're good. It's just I'm not be seeing it. Another way. Yeah, I think it's because they're somewhat incomplete. Some areas like here. So I'm gonna go here, subdivision level 4, and make sure I'm defining creases. And another thing about them is perhaps they should also receive that thing where there's one region that is most emphasized. It's where the highest amount of creasing is happening. Yeah, this one really works well with the pull happening here and then the push happening on the other side. So find that area to emphasize. I think what's wrong with it is because there's not one area emphasized, it all looks really even, and that doesn't feel too good when it's just all even. So this will be the aggressive crease. And everything around it will taper. Take a look. Yeah. Let me pick That for the other side too. Pick the aggressive center. Where the biggest fold is happening. Yeah, that looks good. Emphasizing those areas is important. Just like all sculpting, when you finish, you want to make sure that the intensity is varied. You don't have like all even intensity on the whole thing. It just not look realistic at all. Yeah, it's looking a lot better now. So I'm going to step away from it and move on to the next phase. All right, it's time to finalize this piece by putting in the seams. I'm going to use a very old school approach of just taking the Damon standard, increasing lazy mouse. I have added a layer, called it seams, and I'm just going to go through and flesh out the seams where they're supposed to be. The first one I want to put in is one that's around the waist. I'm going to turn on symmetry. And I'm going to go to subdivision level 6, test out. Okay, that works. Might need a higher intensity. And even if it's not high enough, I can always, actually I'm going to do all this work on subdivision level 7. I can always increase the contrast. What I do want to do is I want to follow a topological line. So in this case, it's going to be this one. I'm going to start here and just very gradually take it all the way to the back. You don't have to be perfect. Usually these leather seams, that might be a little too harsh. There's this noisy information at the separation point, so if we get a little noise, it's fine. So that's the first one, and then I'm going to do the one that goes right down the back. That should be fairly simple with symmetry. I'm going to make sure I use this line as a guide. And also, it's really smart to zoom out as you do this, because you have to travel less of a distance in screen space. Next for straight on. I think my lace mouth is just too high. Okay, let me start this again. That's a mistake. So and so is that. Looks like I didn't stay too close to the center. I'll fix that shortly. That's better. smooth a little bit. Now that I have it, I can keep emphasizing it a lot better. Always clean up areas. This is without a doubt the sloppiest way to do it, but it works. It's not a bad way to go. And it's time to get down the side of the leg. So I'm going to turn on so I can follow a topological line. This one is ideal. Let's see how, okay, that's not strong enough. Increase yet again. It's better. I don't want to do the inside, but I think I might have to. Yeah, I might have to do the inside too. So it doesn't feel right that this would be an entire panel if you were cutting the fabric. Wouldn't cut it like that. Alright, so I'm going to go on the inside and pick a strategic area to cut the panel. And that works. Actually, that is too much. To change the brush. Got that part. In order to cut that corner, I have to reduce lazy mouse. And I'll turn it back on. So I need to go in there and re-emphasize the line now that it's established. Maybe a higher intensity. And use the lazy mouse. Now that I have a line to chart, it's a little bit easier with the lazy mouse reduced. Yeah, I forgot But because symmetry, it's not symmetrical, I will have to do the other side too. So I'm going to turn off symmetry and do the other side. Turn it back on. Yeah, this one is really hard to do because you can always turn off one side, do it, and then do like a smart symmetry to get it onto the other side. And actually, I am going to isolate and get each side done properly. It wouldn't matter if I turn on symmetry now because the other side is hidden. Okay, so I can get that and get the other side with symmetry off. Turn it back on now and define this. Alright, so now it's time to move on to the hands, arms, the shoulders over here. And I like this line, so I'm going to use this topological line. So I'll start here. So that should be that panel. And then I'm going to get the one around the neck. So this one I'm going to have to freestyle it because there's no, I'm going to pick here. Maybe a little higher, I'll pick here. There's no topological line, so it goes all the way around. So there it is. And then there's always the one that charts over the shoulder. So I'll pick this line. Up and emphasize this a bit more. Now that I have it, it's a long chart. Alright, then get this. Okay. And the next, probably the last one, is the one that travels up the arm here. I'm going to turn on. emphasize this line. It's a bit sloppy. I really should continue this all the way through to the other side, the lip specifically. It's not that big of a deal, but it's a nice addition. Alright, let me go to the other side, make sure it took. It did not, so definitely have to turn off symmetry and get that. Alright, then okay, so I think that's it. I'm going to come over here and maybe emphasize this line just a little bit. This panel. Make sure symmetry is on. It pops out of the normal map a little bit better. The characters' bodies will not use any normal or displacement mask. I think I've mentioned that. But the clothing will rely heavily on that type of information. And the last type of seam is the one that goes on the lips, to the wrists, and the ankles. There's a very good one to pick, and that's it. So I'll just, let me turn on symmetry just so I get something to use as a guide on the other side. Now usually with these seams there's a swelling around them. I might do that. I don't think I need to, but if I take a look at it and find that it's having a difficult time reading, I might have to do it. Those types of details I don't think would matter so much on this stylized character. I might put it in. Okay, let me get the wrist. Make sure symmetry is on. Check the other side to see if it took. It took. think that's it. Look at it. Some different materials, some areas to emphasize. If I wanted to emphasize everything I've drawn, it's just as simple as increasing the intensity of this layer. So although before I do that, I do want to make sure that everybody has somewhat of the same intensity. So and this panel is actually wrong. I think it's its own panel. I don't think it's split into two. It's just one panel. Bring that back. And turn off the layer. Stop recording, I mean. And then maybe set it to a 1.5. Yeah, and that intensifies everything. Maybe even 2. Yeah, that should. So I'll just remember that it's set to 2. Seems intensity of 2. Just to remind myself. Alright, so that's it. There's like a small mistake here. And also make sure that this panel is inside. Right, it has to be. I can't. Make sure I turn on symmetry. Make sure this panel is inside so it doesn't penetrate. So let me turn everything back on, turn on transparency. Yeah, and make sure it's not crossing this line, making a mess. Alright, okay. Set this to 2. Alright, and then add another layer called fixes. And just put this information here where it doesn't receive any intensity. So I'll go on top and fix stuff. Alright, so that's it. So I've decided not to do the swelling at the seams. I like the way this thing looks, and I don't think that additional bit of detail is necessary. This looks really clean. Alright, so I noticed that this is a bit crooked. It's actually very crooked. So it's just this front side needs to be more aligned. So I'm going to go and add another fix layer. Call it hand seam fix. Or actually, let me give it a better name, upper arm seam fix. And what I will do is go to a low subdivision level, the lowest actually, so I can make a general movement. I might pay a penalty for this. I'm going to from here and just sort of straighten it out so it feels like a real seam line. I'm going to step up and see how it has impacted. Yeah, not bad at all. It's actually a good fix. So it feels straighter. Also don't know how I missed this, but there's no way I could get away with this. This can't be a panel. So there needs to be one right here. So I'm going to go back to my seams layer, set it back to 1, and record. And make sure I have the seam traveling. Make sure I turn on lazy radius. Now it makes sense. Set this back to 2. The steps for creating the unitard are almost the same as the jumpsuit. There are going to be some minor differences. If I'm doing something I've already done, I'll just speed through it. I'm going with a unitard that has a zipper that doesn't travel all the way down, so it stops at the halfway point. I don't want to do the same thing. And the unitard is snug around the zipper, so there's no compartment. And then there's ribbing that has to be done. It's also going to be sleeveless, and it stops at the collar line. It doesn't go up the neck, so it's going to be more like this. All right, so I gave the unitard the same treatment as the jumpsuit. Masked, extracted it, cleaned it up, extruded it, created the zipper panels, created the zipper. I used the second zipper option just so things can be a little different. I want them to be as different as possible since they're both form-fitting attire. And now it's time to create the ribbing on the surface of this thing. Now, there are a lot of smart ways to do ribbing, but for this particular ribbing, it's going to be so unique because of her shape. One of the ways you can create ribbing is to make sure you have a good UV map so that you can use a noise function. You can also use micro poly, but that also requires pristine topology. The amount of work that it takes to prepare the topology to flow the way it's supposed to flow so that the ribbing looks correct is the same amount of work that I'm about to do now. Sometimes it's just better to go in there and do things by hand. So what you're going to see me do is use mass to chart the exact path of the ribbing because it is a very unique pathway. As the ribbing gets down here, because of how thick she is, it's going to be more spaced out and more stretched because she has these really big thighs. So that has to be accounted for. All right, so I'm going to get started by adding a layer. The mesh is subdivided to the highest subdivision level, 18 million in this case. I'm going to add a layer, call it ribbing. And make sure symmetry is on. And in my mask tool, I'm going to activate this square alpha. It helps to get some more sharper edges, which in this case, I think is necessary. So I'm going to solo this thing. I don't really care about the inside, but I do want to get the edges. So what I could do is isolate that inner shell and make sure I'm only drawing on the edges and the front. And I think for the first one, just to get a nice straight result, I'll make sure I'm gonna go with the graphic view and I'll use a mask selection. So I'm going to let me turn off this mask temporarily. So I get my mask selection and establish a thickness. It's very snug on the panel. See if I can get it on the entire center. It feels really interesting. I'm gonna keep it for now. I like the way it looks. Initially I wanted 2, but I think this is fine. Actually, now I'm gonna preserve the same thickness, so I'm going to try to ensure that this one is just as thick as the one in the center. No, they're about the same. Okay, so now that I've gotten this part, I'm going to let me get that brush, that alpha. Helps for a more crisp draw. And when it gets under here, there's the assumption that it's compressed because this is a tighter area and the fabric will compress. And check to make sure I haven't created an unrealistic thickness. And so for this internal part, this is where let me make sure I turn off my focal shift on my mask. Turn on lazy mouse 2. I'm going to make sure that as I go down the thigh, it's more spread out. When I'm done, if there's going to be a mismatch, they all can't be the same width from the very pencil thin waist and upper region to the thigh. What I'm realizing is that I barely have space up here to be able to chart all these, so I don't want to be going this far in. Somewhere here, I'm going to start inventing a pattern. And so I'm going to erase this and make sure they're actually favoring the outskirts more, not the insides. That would just make things exceedingly difficult. With something like this, it would arch like this a lot more. But before I establish that, I just want to see how many I can fit in here and then figure out how they're going to terminate here. All right, so I'm going to draw yet another one, but not so far down this time. I definitely have to erase some of this because it's this entire central region that would be a lot thinner. Here. And I might cheat and do some welding of these lines in areas where it makes sense. I'd have to assume that something like this, the compartment at the bottom is cut to be a little bit wider to fit a larger, a massier individual. So, or it's sewn that way by combining some of these in an interesting way. When I'm done with this, I'm going to store this mask in polyglue so I never lose it, and I can always go back to it and make changes if the decisions I'm deciding to make right now just don't work. So for here, to make it peel out of this one, as I said before, there's just too much material down here. I wonder if even this is a real fit, whether you could slip something like this onto a person of this mass without there being panels or an extra cut to make up for the excess mass. All right, so I've seen the way some of them are cut, and there's like this interesting seam at the bottom here that looks like a boxer cut. All right, so the way I intend on polishing this is to separate it from this piece. In the past, what I would have done, or what most people would do, is inflate and then polish it. I like to do this thing, which you've seen me do with the compartment of the jumpsuit, where I extract it, clean it up till it's perfect, nice and clean, weld it with a copy of this, and then project that detail. So that way I get these nice, really pristine panels. But before I do that, first I'm going to sharpen the mask. So I get these nice, sharp edges. And that also gets rid of any masks that are in, like, at a very low intensity in these, like, gaps. So it will get rid of them. Okay, let me sharpen one more time. Okay. And I'm not worried about all these nicks and hooks. What I'm more worried about is this region. I don't want the extraction for any of them to weld together, so I'm going to keep making adjustments if they do weld, so I can fix that. But just so I have this mask stored, I'm going to duplicate a copy of this, and then I will group by mask. That's another way to store the mask, and that will invert, and I can invert it back. So I'll extract at a very low value, 0.002, and I'm actually going to turn double off because I want it to only push up, so I don't want it to push inward. I don't want any this ribbing detail on the insides. So I'll go extract. It did not pull out, it pulled in instead. Alright, I think I know the reason why I'm having this issue. I turned on double on this surface, so it didn't let me know that my mesh is actually reversed, so I have to flip. Oh, that's messed up. I can't flip it while the layer is in recording mode. Okay, turning off record will lose the mask. So what I'm actually going to do is I will leave this on, leave double on, and I will extract in the negative direction and then repair the mesh afterwards. The mesh definitely needs to be repaired. So I'm going to go to extract and do minus. So that way if I extract this, it should come out to the surface. So that looks right. I'll accept my result. And before I proceed, I'm going to focus on fixing this mesh. So this is really our original mesh. Let me solo it. So I'm going to turn double off, and then I'm going to go to layers and delete the layer system. And then I'm going to try to flip it. Okay, it seems to have performed the flip with no issues, and I can step up and down in subdivision level. Okay, so now it's time to move to this. All right, to wrap up this unitard, I'm going to add a seam. Initially, I was going to put a seam down the center, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I just don't think it adds any visual value. There's so many vertical lines, I just don't see how it's going to be helpful. But the logical place to add a seam is definitely here, but I'm worried that it will look really weird. I don't need one here. I like the way this looks. Fine, so let's get started. One thing I forgot to do was project this ribbing onto a layer. I'm just going to duplicate my final mesh so I can have a copy of it with no ribbing, just in case I decide to come back one day and do something. So I'm going to duplicate my final mesh, and then on the original, I'm just going to step back in the undo stack a few times. Yes, yep, that's it. So this is the original, and I'll call this unitard, no ribbing, and just keep it in there and turn it off. And I'll put this Dynamesh in the trash. I no longer need it. And I'm going to go to my final unitard mesh, add a layer, go to the high subdivision level, add a layer, call it thigh seams, Damien standard brush with lazy radius on, make sure symmetry is on, and just chart a path. Let me turn on polyframe. This is a sensible one to chart. Actually, I'll stay closer to the edge right there. So I'll chart that. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, that's about a good intensity, and I can always increase it. So turn this off, take a look at it. Yeah, it doesn't seem entirely bad. It's time to move on to the sweatpants, which is the highlight of this lesson. The pants have a lot of elements to them. The first thing I'm gonna have to worry about is the waistline. I can't see it, and for the few pictures I have of these pants, I don't really like the waistline, so I'm going to go with something like this. The middle one is going to be a lot bigger because that's what actually has the loops. And that's another thing. I'm going to create the ring that opens up this pouch so that the loops can hang out, because I definitely want these pant loops. There's a zipper pocket. I'm going to create it, but I'm not going to make it functional. If I do decide to make it functional, I'll add maybe a zipper panel underneath, and I'll put geometry in there to represent a pocket, but I don't think I need that right now. That's a fairly easy thing to add later. For now, it's just going to be closed just like it is over here. And there's another zipper down here, which is going to take an interesting approach to create, and some paneling around it. And there isn't that much stitching. I think there's stitching here, which I don't think would show seams. It would just be, well, I don't think it would show threading, but it will definitely show a line over there. The stitching might be on the inside. So I'll see whether it's worth putting stitching on there. If it is, I'll introduce my stitch brush that physically inserts a low poly stitch on the geometry. So this is going to be probably the hardest piece. For the creases, I'm going to do exactly what I'm seeing here, and then I'll take that logic and try to make it make sense on the other side. If I'm having issues on the other side, I'll use this one here and use some of this crease logic to resolve the other side. I'm going to start with the waistline. So I'm going to extract 3 pieces. They're going to be around here. I want this to hang low, right underneath the belly button. I'll turn on lazy mouse just a little bit. That's a good spot. Trying to figure out whether this would be the middle or the, yeah, this is definitely going to be the middle, because I might have to go higher, right underneath the belly button to get the rest of it. Okay, so I'm going to extract this at 0.006 is a good amount. Accept. And then before I start processing it, I'm going to get the rest. Get these 2 together. Let's put a little mark on there so I know where it's at. And I'm still contemplating whether or not I should make these 2 smaller, because I looked at my own sweatpants and I know that the ones on top are smaller, but I might just go with the thickness of the reference. I'll see which looks better. Let me solo this. Complete it. This is going to be welded together when it's all done. I just wanted that good separation line between all of them, so the way to do that is to keep them separate for as long as I can. I'll extract, accept. So that's both of them. I'll take them out of that group. Okay. Now I'll just remesh them. They're a very organic piece, so I don't need them to be pristine. I'll start at 5K, take it down, and take it all the way down to 0.1. And do the same here. Start at 5K and step down. Bring it all the way down. Okay. It's a good starting point. I'm going to do some minor smoothing. Some adjustments. Continue with the smoothing on the side. here. Do some alignment fixes. Okay, so I think that's good. I'm going to put them in a folder, and I think I should be fine merging them. It's relatively easy to toggle back and forth between both of them. So I'm going to go merge folder, take this final piece, auto group, take a look at the groups. Okay, so it should be fairly easy to manage. I'm going to take my build up brush, divide, and then isolate and start. Turn off symmetry. Symmetry is off. Start blocking out some information that will be the initial mounts, lower subdivision level. Invert and do the same thing the other way. Alright, so I will divide it, get to work. I'm going to add one more subdivision. Build up. Try to make some of them diagonal. I will push in certain places with this large scale variant. So I'm holding down Alt and sometimes to push in. Forgot I do have to be diagonal sometimes. Just try. This is a foundation, or at least make sure it's varied as much as possible. Okay. I'm gonna invert that and do the same thing here. This is the basic blockout. I'm going to come in here and now start picking these compartments, even though they feel like they're all the same, at least on the pants I have at home. I'm going to try to pick, to do some randomization. this one is very important because this silhouette is very important. So it breaks the silhouette. Okay, so the next step, I'm going to duplicate this, is to get the nice clean straight. So to do that, I'm going to turn on symmetry, and the separation is very clean. So let's start hinting at it now. And then from here on out, I have to be careful not to obliterate it. Okay, all right, looks good. I'm going to duplicate, divide, and start cleaning this up. So I'll take the Damon Standard, symmetry off. A lot more precaution. I might need to go to subdivision higher. Mask this out. So I can do this. I'm going to take it all the way. And some of the shapes will be teardrops, and some of them will be just straight lines. Very good crease. I definitely don't want to have all of them break the silhouette. That is just too similar for all. Actually, it's smarter to go down to the lower subdivision level and define these regions that are going to be most broken. So maybe like a 4. Go back to subdivision level 6. Vary the intensities now. And then we'll do like a general intensity vary. And I did mention that when you get to this stage, I have to stop all that aggressive hacking and start taking the time because we are at a higher subdivision level. And from the looks of things, I do have to do the inside, because if I'm going to rig this elastic waistline to pull, I don't want the other side to not look right. So I'm gonna go through. Alright, actually before I proceed, I do have to put in the ring before I really continue detailing this. Let me see if I can append a Taurus, a ring, and move it to location. Yeah, it might work, I suppose. Okay. So this needs to fit in there. And feel like it's part of the fabric, like welded into the fabric. To activate symmetry and mirror and weld. Okay, so this is a fairly good size. And now I have to go to a lower subdivision level of this and adjust it. Let me duplicate this. Put symmetry on. Adjust it so it feels like this is welded onto the cloth, and it in fact is a hollow. Turn off symmetry and do each side separately. Has to come out. Go up a few subdivision levels. Continue adjusting. I may have undershot their height, so I'm going to move it up. Make the necessary adjustments here. So it attaches like that. And I definitely have to go higher, and then now start making it look cohesive, and definitely pushing this part in, not too much but enough so that it expresses a hollow. That feels right. Keep digging in there. Now I do have to make this feel like it's elevated and transitioning properly. Like that. And really to help myself define this piece a lot better, I should cut this ring. I'm gonna isolate it solo and cut it so that it actually represents the actual piece properly. So something like this would be sliced about there. Yeah. Solo. So that at least I know exactly where to meet it. Yeah, that feels right. I'm going to let these loops hang. And then I should probably turn on polyframe and fix these gaps. None of her skin is showing through. So I will move these loops. And this is relatively simple. It's just, I'll just scale it. That will allow the sections to distribute themselves evenly. Scale it from the source. It comes all the way down to about there. That's good. And then duplicate it to get the plastic at the tip, and just so it feels, it's like we'll be applying some noise functions to this. I think it's fine as is. It's plastic. I might have to modify it a bit. I think this is more swollen. Let me see what dividing this does. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's a good way in which it connects. In this case, I will turn off SMT divide, then turn on SMT and divide, just so it holds its form just a little bit more. But these things are very haggard, so I might just apply noise to it after I've done both of them. Just there's 3 subdivisions. That one is 2. Divide it and merge down. And then now it's time to make sure it inserts correctly. That would be inaccurate. I want that like that. It should suffice. Yeah, that's not bad at all. And then I'm going to duplicate that and move it there. And then I really could just, I should have welded all of this together. Take that, blur mask, and just make sure this is slightly shorter, like that. Okay, so that's glutes. And it can't be perfect. I'm gonna merge both of them. Merge down, then duplicate, and auto group. Isolate this. Make sure it's little group visible, and group these two. And the objective is to add some noise here, so it just breaks it up a little bit because it's not a smooth piece. It's usually fabric, and even if it's new, it will produce some lumps and weird variations on the surface. So I'll go surface, noise, frame, and see some large scale noise. That's a bit much. White mesh. That is too much. And the other issue is it's not enough subdivisions. I have to show everything first. Divide, 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 and turn off noise. Try this again. A little noise. Yeah, that's too much. Go to edit. The strength is crazy. Maybe bring it down. Increase the noise scale. Go apply to mesh. That would be about, that would be right. So I want to say this, I want to leave this alone, but there are some things that need to be done. If you look at these edges, they should not be, they shouldn't be sharp like that, they should be rounded. So let me solo them. Yeah, I haven't even done the other side, so I have to be very careful with this one. This is like the main one. Let me turn on back face. I'm going to shave these edges with trim dynamic. I should probably do it on a lower subdivision level so it's not so, doesn't feel like a chisel, because this is cloth. But it should be tapering into the seam. Yeah, it comes off really weird looking. Yeah, it can't be that straight. I have to go through and get all of them. So solo and build volume on a very low subdivision level at 3. So let me sort that out and fix it. So we get a nice tapering. Okay, so at this stage, this is done for now. It needs to be taken to finish, but before that happens, it has to be welded with the finished pair of pants. I'm going to project the data from this onto the finished pair of pants. But for now, everything looks fine. There are a few gaps which I should probably fix. Like there should be no gaps. And ultimately when I project, there will be no gaps, because that will be a solid singular mesh. Something like this I can clean up after the fact. Once it's projected, it'll be so much easier to clean up those corners. So the next order of business is to mask and extract the pants. So I'm going to turn off these boxers. So with these pants, the thing that really attracted me to them was the way in which it's riding up the thighs and the ankle. All that creasing is really cool, and I want to bake that data in. So the mesh that is going to control it is going to approximate the shape I'm about to create, which is pretty much the shape in the reference. I want to make sure that never unravels, right? So it'll be like one of those clothing where the creases are, the fashion designer makes sure the crease is baked in and stays put, either through some stitching or something. But in this case, it's just because it looks really, really nice like that. And I want that to be a default state. But I still want it to simulate like cloth. So as she moves in areas like here, nCloth will do a whole bunch of simulation, and I think it'll mix really well with what I'm about to sculpt. And the most important thing to do right now is to bake that data in through sculpting. I'm going to go pretty high with this extraction. Start painting. And I also have to get this very important part of this, that zipper. Actually like that. It's gonna be like that. It'll kind of work like the jacket in my nCloth tutorial, where it has all those creases baked in, and then nCloth just adds to it. Something I like to do. Marvelous Designer is cool, but it's an additional cost, and I like to do everything inside of Maya. I like doing VFX too, but I don't want to be so reliant on Marvelous Designer that every time I need to do clothing, I have to go construct the attire with the exact correct paneling that the tailors sewed it in. It's a pretty daunting thing. It's very accurate, and it's the simulations are great, fairly fast, but I just don't want Marvelous to be a crutch. I have to add that to my list of software to own. Later on in the future, I might want to go back and play with Marvelous a lot more though, because they're adding some really cool things. So I might be doing some tutorials where I create additional clothing for these characters or some future characters with Marvelous. It's really nice to just be able to quickly create clothing, whether in ZBrush or Marvelous. That's what I'm doing in my dance course. I'm going to be creating attire for the various sequences of the dance, and it's nice to have a approach to do it very easily in Maya. Okay, so I'm going to extract it at a fairly low number because I want it to be snug on her. So I'm going to go 0.003 to start off with. I want it to be snug to start off with because certain parts of it are going to be plastered, specifically at the gastrocnemius right here, and other parts are going to be really loose, especially in this area. Because of how wide her hips are and this fat deposit, how much of it she has, I don't want this part of it to be baggy, so this part of it will fill in, but this entire central region will hang low, very fairly low. So it's going to be exactly what I'm seeing in the reference. So I'm going to start off by, as usual, isolating the upper layer, going delete hidden, and then Z-remeshing down. So I'll start at 5K. Might as well keep a copy. Let me get these out of here. Duplicate, zero mesh at 5K. Okay, go down to 1K. Okay, so it's becoming fairly looser. Let me make sure it's not obliterated. Yeah, I'll stay here. So what I'm going to do is duplicate this, make sure it's at least at the correct height. I'm going to get now that loose region down here, smooth, and pull it out. This region is fairly loose. Capture that. About that much. And definitely the back side too, really loose. one good thing to do now, just to help it behave, is to resurface it again after 1K. Go Z remesh. We'll hold its integrity better. And now I'm focusing on silhouette, blocking out the silhouette. To make sure that this part is really loose. Let's see how low I've gotten. That is somewhat unnatural. Doesn't feel right. Maybe more so like, yeah, this would be how maybe our sweatpants would fit. Let's smooth that out too. I should probably just start sculpting, seeing what these shapes are supposed to be. So I'm going to... So a handful of things have to happen before I start preparing this mesh for sculpting. I almost jumped in and that's not right. So first I have to add edge loops and extract the zipper panel. That's going to be here. So I'm going to right click and it says insert edge loop. I'm going to insert one really snug right there. That panel is really snug about there. And do another one there. And then I'm going to polygroup. So I'm going to right click and go polygroup, single poly, and individually select this part that is all going to be the zipper panel. Okay. I'm going to duplicate this so I can come back if I make a mistake. Alright, so I'm going to now isolate this and split hidden to make it a separate piece. And then the next thing I'm going to do is do the same for the pockets. So for the pockets, they're going to be somewhere around here. It's going to be angled, but for now I'm just going to just try to get so about that should, maybe one more should suffice. And that one also needs to, actually before I take it out of there, I should position it to be angled correctly. So it's actually at an angle. Make sure I create that angle. Okay, that's a pretty good angle. Make sure it's a correct rectangle. All right, and then I'm going to isolate that too. So I'll go split hidden. And then to make this mesh truly suitable for what I'm about to do, it's important to understand that most of the creases that I'm going to be doing are going across. So I want the topology specifically here that is going across. This one is going to be fine. It's going to work pretty well. But this front area here is a little bad. So I'm going to duplicate it, take the Z mesher guides, and I'm going to force it to make the topology here flow like this. just to give me something good, right? And I'm not going to ask too much of it, just this, and see what it's able to produce. If it breaks, I'll go with a higher subdivision level. So I'll go Z remesher, and that's pretty good. That's really good, actually. Right, this is what I'm looking for. I did a good job. Duplicate this, right click with the Z remesher, the Z remodeler, sorry. Right click, make sure I go extrude all polygons, and I want to go in to about there, realistic thickness, and then flip it. Okay. And now it's really time to project this stuff, this detail specifically, as I move up in subdivision levels. So I'm going to give myself a, let me turn on back face for this, and then gradually just pull this up so that it's at a good distance to catch all this data. Yeah, maybe like there. It's very dangerous. Pull it too much. That should be enough. Just playing with fire at this point. That's enough of a pull, and it's time to project. I just want these two on the stage. Okay. And I need to divide, and then what I do is select this top region. And do my first projection. Okay, and I have to let go of that, divide again, select this top region, project. Okay, it's pulling, and then divide again, select this top region. I'll be careful not to get too much of that back area. What I really should do, actually I'm not going to do that. I was going to group this so I can access it, but it's not necessary. Okay, invert, project. Okay, so the data is coming through. So I'll divide yet again. Invert, project. Okay, that's a lot of information. I might need one more. So I'm going to divide 4.2 million and project. Okay, that's enough. This is a good point for me to do the cleanup work myself. Right, so all these edges here have to be cleaned up. I'm fine with that. This in particular, I'm going to start the smoothing process now. Before I tackle this, really go in and start blocking in the main masses. This region actually, I think, has another panel. At least when I look at my sweatpants, it's like a thin panel. So I might need to prepare for that. All right, it's time to start blocking out these shapes at a good subdivision level. So I'm gonna turn off symmetry, and one of the first things I do need to do, I'm gonna use the Damien standard. At a low subdivision level, it does a good job of blocking out these major shapes. So definitely this is a prominent thing. That's on both sides. On this side, it's really cut in there. And then there is a swooping shape here, which there's, I'll just get the larger shape. I'll think silhouette at this stage. Actually, I'll get what makes sense, not just what's in the reference, because at this point, I'll use the reference heavily though to make sure I'm not doing anything stupid, and a lot of it will come through. Okay, so it's very important to get that hook. Maybe for this one I should, I was gonna turn on symmetry, but that's fine. I'm going to get them in manually. Okay, and this will work its way up top here with a few S's and just die down. And like that. Make sure I have at this beginning stage, when you push, you should pull. It's just gonna help you start off in the right direction. So just pushing and pulling big shapes. Try to get these ones. Understand that there's a lot of them all the way actually down to the knee, and it all tapers down. Okay, and then as I get to the knee and get a lot smaller, do a lot of zigzags because I know that that's what's coming. It's a lot of zigzags. Careful how I come down here, because around here it stops, and this is about as far as I'm willing to go. Yes, I think that's pretty much what's happening. It's a good block out. And all here, this will deal with. Later I might even leave that and let nCloth do all of that. nCloth will do a great job in these areas where there's actual mobility of like joints, where joints are clashing. Look at it. Yeah, this is a good starting point. And the other place where it's heavy is down here. So here too, it's going to be a lot of creases. And the rest of it is really, really small. Really, just like the jumpsuit, I'm gonna pick a peak that is going to be the most intense, which is around there. Yep. Okay, so this is the gesture, initial gesture. And yeah, ultimately when I come down here, I might be doing a little bit. I should put some of what you should expect to see, something like this. Lines across, and I won't overdo them, but at this stage, they should sound kind of like, just should hint at them, so they add some detail. I'm going to turn most of this stuff back on, do a quick inspection before I continue. It's not a good idea to rush through any of this stuff, so always stop before I make a lot of mistakes that cannot be recouped from. Yeah, that's a very nice gesture. I like that. It looks really cool. It looks like the reference. I'm going to turn on symmetry and move some of this stuff out. Pull some of this stuff out. Careful with this. Okay, that feels good. And I'm also going to try to, this, I feel like I left one. Yeah, it's supposed to be like that. Opportunities to figure out what's going on there. It's very important that in these areas here, I'm actually getting like pulled fabric so that this thing truly tapers upward. After I attack it a lot, it will eventually do what it's supposed to do and kind of move. This is cool though. All right, so one thing I appear to have missed is how far down the knee it goes, creasing past the knee, but there's a lot more folds down there. I'm going to start fleshing out the actual logic, just to outline what has to be done. But this one, I do want to make sure that it's a big fold. So when it goes back here, creates a U. be very careful, because if you pull material out here as aggressively, like this, I have to really make sure that on the other side, you have a nice inset, because material has basically been pulled. So I'm going to try to be a lot more careful here, because these are going to be very visible. And I will be doing some simplification too. So if I see these overcomplicated folds, if they're not adding any value, I will not do them. It looks like this side also has now opposes and does that. So I'm gonna start off with the build up and use Damien standard to help define that part. And this should go to a U. Feeds into that. Yeah, that's big. As I keep going up here, I have to tone this down. So this one here is really going to start easing up around here. Fade into there. All the action is down here. And then when we get to this knee area here, there are some prominent ones. Should be picked. I think this is a prominent one. I'm gonna pick it as a prominent. Goes into a U. It should impact the silhouette. And then these ones are more snug, so it's also wrinkle logic, but they're just stacked. Brush by far is the best as far as emphasizing, this material is the best when it comes to emphasizing information. This region, I may have underemphasized this. This is a big region, so it's a lot of material. Well, I gotta be careful because we're pulling a lot on this side. Make sure that this pull is a lot. I do need to work here because it's more material than I thought. Over here. And this is a very deep so I have to try to capture that. It's this kind of sits in there, very deep. and then it gets light here. So, okay. I'm going to connect this correctly. Looks a little sloppy now, but it will come together. And get this back side. So if this is a pull, sometimes I forget that when you're working with things like this, just going to look really ugly at the beginning, and you just have to ignore that and just keep resolving the logic and making good design choices, and then when it's all said and done, it'll start coming together better. Over here, I'm gonna obviously invent with the same type of logic I suppose I'm getting used to seeing. What I'm actually going to do is focus on the one side. So turn this off. Okay, so let's get some more of those gaps. Logic this thing out. Sensible logic on the other side. Like that. Something like this. Produce two Y's, and this would just be a slight. This is not too. I haven't completely decided where I thought I had, where the most intense area is going to be, which is where the most bundling is going to be. So it's going to be in this region. I'm going to take the move tool and start hinting at some of these areas that are really supposed to be prominent all around. Like this is big, so in this instance, I have to be very careful because it's a lot of folds. If it's not done right, it will look just crazy. This would bridge with this. I wonder how I'll handle this. Yeah, this might have to break off into its own down here. Get its own Y. A two-headed Y is what I'll call it. Yeah. Y on this side, Y on the other side. Okay. I'm going to change well, I shouldn't say change, I'm just going to monitor the logic to make sure that if I'm pulling a lot of material here, like in this case I'm pulling a big wad of material here, I want to make sure on the other side it's the exact opposing other side. There's not too much material pulled there, so I'll tone something like this down and overemphasize its peak here, and then make sure this is more inset. And then for down here, I already did it here, so pull the material here, and then we have less here, and then pull the material here, and then we'll have less here, and then everybody should sort of continue following that logic till this thing is done. All right, so I'm not going to keep pushing. I'm going to go to the other side. This is a great way to work, so you can let your eye take a look at this. Under no circumstances, at least for me, should you keep going and going and going, even though it feels like fun, and sometimes you can go and keep and never stop, and you would have ended up obliterating good work because you're not stopping to inspect. So I'm going to slow down. I do have to get this though. These ones I didn't flesh out too well. They're a lot more tighter. They've been bundled up a lot more, so yeah, so this little logic I did, I have to extend it to the back. If there's a lot of material being pulled here, then I need to be able to see that from the back. And I also need to be able to make sure that is in fact working as it should. So all this material here, and then tone down this here. So that's the blockout underway. Time to go to the other side and see what's happening, how it's going to work on the other side. I realized I'm not done at this side. I do have to get the bottom side. There's also heavy folds here, and I want to fix this silhouette a lot more. I'm realizing that logic I was settling on, it truly is dependent on how much material, how much slack. And a lot of it, there's a lot of slack up here, right? It's a lot of looseness up here, so it's going to be a lot of material up here. And I do have to really control the silhouette throughout the entire sculpting process. And then profile 2. Control these shapes. Now I'm going to go to the base of the foot. It's a lot more aggressive than I thought. So I'm going to start getting some of this logic. So I'm going to pull out that. And these ones are also big, impacting the silhouette. So that. Close it. And they're a lot more snug as we get towards the boot. I'm going to push this inside and finish this Y shape. Take this Y shape to the base. And this is an S shape that really needs to be terminated very gradually, like that would do. It should be fine. Finish this Y shape. Okay, so I'm gonna come here to do a very light that should but then also be on its way to terminating. Okay, let me zoom out, take a look. Let me try some of these other brushes too and play with when I'm building form. I'm so attached to the clay buildup one for everything when it comes to building up. It just really does a good job, and I like how rough it lays down stuff so you don't feel like you're creating final shapes, and it stops you from trying to take things to final very early because you understand you're dealing with like these really rough shapes. Okay. A lot of these brushes, I've actually seen some of the people I used to learn from back in the day, they don't even use any of these fancy brushes. They just use standard and Damien standard, and they use it to mold everything. Right? You can create anything with these just two brushes, and it's really amazing. So just pick the brushes you like, and as long as you're doing a great job, that's all that matters. I'm going to be very careful over here because this is where the paneling is going to come in, and the creasing is going to be affected greatly by the fact that it's its own panel. So I have to make sure I extrude it and adjust the creases around it. That might be something I need to do very early right now, so I might be working on it shortly just to tie down what's happening here so I don't end up over sculpting in that region. For right now, I'll just smooth it. Here too, I have to do what I did prior and define what is going to have the most intense creasing. So it's going to be in this region, around this region. So I'm going to build up the biggest fold and the most intense fold. I'm going to put it here. And here. And also where it meets up with the ankle and spreads out, there's some really there's a lot more snug creasing there, touching each other. I'm gonna push this over here and build up around it to make it really snug. Yeah, now we're getting some good shapes. To make sure not to make these things where every single one of them has like a gap, a huge gap. Like in some areas it's a lot more snug where there's more material bundled up together. So that's going to be this lower area here. And you just watch me kind of just start blocking things out and then just really freestyling. And then when I see where I'm heading, then I start nailing down the idea. But sometimes you just need to put stuff in and see which direction you're heading in. So for this stage, I think I've done a lot for this leg. I need to move on to the other leg. I'll probably speed through the other leg because I'm about to do the same things, and then come back and move on to the next stage. Yeah, this part I have to be very mindful about what's going on here. There's a lot of tightly knit, tightly arranged creasing. It seems to be, it's where it's the tightest, and it's what's holding up all this fabric up here. So once I get it, and I can figure out how want to make sure there's a lot more excess material here. Yeah, one thing I really need to be careful about is this silhouette. If there's a lot of tightness here, if you look at the reference, and it's holding up a big wad of it that just sort of it is terminated with a very intense line because it's so much slack, and this area is so tight and it's almost hanging over. So after I get these really tight shapes, I'm going to move on to getting that huge slack that's hanging. Tight. Okay, so that slack, that overhang, I've established is going to be over here. It has to be here. That's about where. So I'm going to start building this up. It's a big overhang. And I suppose it would continue its way here. There. So yeah, now it's starting to come through. Left to this. There's so many things going on in this logic that depends on how much slack there is, so I have to be careful not to just try to use the logic I started off with. Just pull here and push this in here. It's happening, but you also have to consider how much material there is, because that impacts that behavior. How this is. It's basically, it would still be that offset, like pulled here, pushed in here, pulled here, pushed in here, but it's a lot more compressed, so it almost doesn't feel like it's happening, even though it is happening. So you really have to look at your reference and go. It's good to continually practice cloth because it's hard if you want to. And as I said before, something like this you could do in Marvelous Designer too. You can also do it here. You could take simulate cloth and then use some colliders to produce stops, and that works too. But you're a sculptor, you need to know how to sculpt this stuff. It's so much easier to create 3D when you can really just create anything. And the tools are never a crutch. You can always just create whatever you can imagine if you just train yourself to do this stuff without the need of fancy simulation tools. I'm seeing a very evenness that I want to break up, so I'm going to use the move tool to define some areas as more aggressive than others, and also I want like a offset effect, that offset effect. So I'm going to pull one side out and I want to push the other side in a lot more. Just from even a design point of view, that zigzag feel is better than just everything being even. So I'm going to pull this side out. Yeah, so I have some offsetting. And then I'll be careful about how it's working on the inside, because on the inside it has the panel over there that's going to act as a stop to stop these forms from being over aggressive. Let me see how, yeah, this feels good to also push this. make it to the paneling, but there should be some aggressive bundling here. And here too, I'm going to try to contain it to more so, let me see a good place to put it. I feel like here. Yeah, that works. So there. And then in this view, this looks really muddy. So I have to make sure. It looks a little crazy. See it. Yeah, this one looks a tad bit weird. I should put that panel in before I start. I'll continue. Before I go into that leg, I'm going to put some light data here. There needs to be something just light. This is the gastrocnemius should be a lot taunter, so I'm going to refrain from putting too many creases over top of it. It'll be it's more of a smooth effect. But it's just to put some underlying data that could just not make it look so bare. And the polish does. I can even keep coming down and putting some of it in there. It's really light. Even if you do it and smooth the majority of it out, as long as you have some type of data over there, it's going to be good. Hinting at just bits of data. Slightly more intense at the place where there's a lot of folding going to happen. Just keep it fairly light in this central region here. Work on making it taper shortly. Okay, so like that. Make sure I'm actually using the logic. Hinting at the logic. That makes sense. There we go. Okay, so I think this should be enough for this leg at this stage. I'll come back to it and start working on it at the next stage to kind of fine-tuning these secondary details. But I think for now it's enough. And ultimately, if something is not working, just go to a lower subdivision, erase it, and reevaluate the choices. So we'll move on to the next leg. Alright, so I got the other side done with the same logic. Now I'm going to look at them as a collective and make sure it actually looks good. There's a proper countering of shapes. It's feeling a little bit like everything is moving screen left. I don't really like that. So I'm going to angle some of these shapes. Downward. So I have like some type of a triangle feel. And I'm also going to do it with this shape by just making it massier. This is the most intense fold. So if you look, I'm trying to make this the most intense, like this right here. And for it to bend like that, I'm looking at the reference. There's a lot of material. So it's like that version of what's happening here. But overall, this offset here, I do want to put one here too, because it makes it look more balanced. So I want an offset that kind of counters this big one here. Just want to make this thing work well as a collective. And that some of that balance is also needed a little bit up here with a very thin make sure I create a shape like that that just sort of counters this one, create some balance. And it's okay that the shapes look muddy now. I'm just resolving the overall design and the logic. Okay, so the silhouettes are really, I should be switching over to a flat color like this and just taking a look at it to make sure it just looks okay, looks pretty. So I'm just gonna keep looking at it, and then some minor striations produce some small scale noise, small scale, large noise. I say large scale noise, but just at a lower intensity. And there's a panel that's going to come in here on the sides and in the middle. It's going to be really interesting to try to get in. Probably gonna have to use a mask, but I don't actually like how the intensity here feels all really even. I really think it should be dying down as it gets closer here. So I'm going to reduce the intensity over there. But also the folds feel really similar in width, especially these two over here. So I'm going to make some modifications here. Make sure that this particular fold is a lot thinner and dies down. Turn this down. Careful with this shape, which I think should cross over like this. Okay, and then here, these are just too similar. I dislike that very much. So I'm going to taper this one a bit. Also have to be careful that they actually taper, because it's even visible on the reference. They all need to taper to that crevice. It's not just this defining line that separates these two masses. It needs to blend together really well. Make this one pour a bit more downward. Yeah, before I move on from here, I'm going to make sure all this is clean, because this is the foundation. If it just looks sloppy, you can't really save yourself at higher subdivision levels. So, and the geometry won't allow for that much polish, but I'll do as much as can be done. There's a very clear separation for the last fold that transitions. It is very prominent, at least for this reference. So much so that it stands out right there, and it feels right too. So I'm going to extend it to the back side here too. More intense separation, and really looking at them in profile and just getting their shapes to look correct, because that's a lot of the problem too. Sometimes when you're just pushing and pulling at shapes, as we saw with the jumpsuit, you just really have to go in this angle and fix. It is supposed to be really sharp, very clean, forceful lines, no muddy, hilly outlines. Really nice and clean. Sometimes if the material is just a lot, it's just really straight, so even in these areas you might need to consider that it's just, there's very little wrapping. So I think I'm comfortable with what I have so far. I'm not going to make any more. I'm going to move forward, and if there are mistakes, I'll come back to the subdivision level 3 and fix them, and then propagate the changes up. So I'm going to go up one subdivision level and isolate the left side and do some cleanup work. So I'm going to just make sure these shapes are making sense. I'm going to use this clay brush because it creates more pristine results. I also use the Damien standard. I want to trust the flatten brush, but let me go subtract so it does the opposite thing, just to see what it does at this subdivision level. Yeah, I might use some of that too. It's really good. It helps to create a peak that it pulls out if you set it to subtract. But more importantly, it cleans and produces more pristine shapes. So in some of these areas, it might be a good way to build up. Actually, no, it'll clean better than it builds up. So I'll use clay to build up, and flatten to do polish. We'll admit that these corners, though, Damien Standard does a very good job with the corners. So I'm gonna go through first with that, and let Damien Standard deal with all the corners, and then I'll go around, start figuring out how. well, not all the corners, because not all of them are sharp like that. Some of them are tubular. So I'll just use what's appropriate as I go. And always go in profile and fix shape in profile. It's a good place to use. Flatten. Perhaps here too. I'll also smooth if I have to. And I have to stop being heavy-handed past this point. It's very tempting to do that, but as you step up with all sculpting, you'll have to reduce how heavy-handed you are. Otherwise, you just obliterate the hard work you've done. Here, I'm going to further emphasize this dig, fix this shape. This feels unnatural. Wouldn't have so much material around it and then just so little for this corner. So I'm going to go around and polish the whole thing in the same way. Alright, on this part here, I've done some I went around and applied the same cleanup tactics to the whole thing. Now over here, the reference has this very deep, like this is almost protruding upwards. So I want to try to get that. It's just a little bit of a different thing that could add value. So all this area, I'm going to select it and move it up with the move brush to create this tight crevice. Add some value, it just breaks things up a little bit so we stop with this constant like gappy, loopy holes everywhere. And I do have to make sure that I'm constantly working to vary those gaps so they're not all the same. Width. They're really big. That is just not the case. Okay, so that's about enough. That's where the zipper is going to fit. I think this should be fine. Before I start cleaning this bottom region, I'm going to fix this panel. The zipper is supposed to fit in here. I'm going to make sure the zipper is on. The zipper tracks fit in there. This was an attempt to do it another way, which was excessive. I was trying to project detail from a cleaned up copy of an extract, but I don't like the results at all. I think this is fairly simple to fix by hand. So I'm just going to do that. It's a really simple thing. So either side is going to be different. And should probably go to a lower subdivision level and get this done here. Make sure it's snug on the zipper panel. And out. There's no reason to have both sides on, it's just making it difficult to do. So I'm going to grab this and hide the other side so I can focus on this side. To make sure it's the same distance from Actually, I might need to adjust these zipper panels because they don't look, really should be half. of what this whole width is. Alright, so it's pretty cool. Reverse these and get the other side done. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go all the way up the chain, the subdivision chain to fix this because the error goes all the way up. This softening of these is something to deal with. If I had creased by poly groups, created a group by normals first and creased by poly groups, I would have gotten a much better result. But sometimes you leave things out and you have to resort to different tactics to fix them. Alright, so that's it. And example of what I'm saying is if I step up, it's going to be slightly not sharpened. So I'm going to go through and fix all of them and then start cleaning up the sculpt work around them. So all subdivision levels, I'll make sure that this is a nice sharp corner. It's going to get harder as I step up. But let me speed through this so you don't have to watch me do the same thing over and over. Make sure the lip peers through. Alright, so I'm back. I want to clean up around this panel with you guys. I stopped cleaning up the shape of sub D4, so I think I have enough to be able to sculpt around it, and that's what I wanted. I'm going to be careful there. That was really bold choice. Let me undo that. I always have to remember panel is coming here, and it is not as obliterated by the folding like everything else. So I'm going to make sure the Y's go into it. Using some of the same tactics. Flatten brush to clean up the shapes. Move tool to just physically put this thing where I want it to be instead of noodling around it. Just tell it exactly where it's supposed to be. Amen standard to cut some of the corners. And try and not to end up with this thing where all the widths are the same. I'm just going to take my trim dynamic brush and flatten this a little bit because I know it's going to receive the panel. Just some preparation. Just a little bit. I do have to be careful. It still has to get some creasing data, but I think the creasing data on it is a lot smaller and it comes on higher subdivision levels. Okay, so somewhere like here, a little sparse. sure there's some good data. And again, I have to be careful. I almost went back to these bold scribbles. One, it's gonna ruin all the detail, and two, it produces this dotted result. So at this subdivision level, you don't want to be doing that. You wanna really be careful with the brush. Take your time. Go slower. Okay, just want to come back to tell you how I'm going to work around these panels. I'm going to go back to speeding it up to work these panels. And the rest of the cleanup at this lower stage. Alright, so I think this is a nice first cleanup pass for the right leg. You got the bottom there, and I've been really light about how I'm impacting the area where the panel is coming. I probably should be more invasive with my strokes, but I'm going to do the other leg. I'll speed through it for sure. And then I'll come back and we can take a look at both of them and see how to proceed. It's always good to look at both sides to see how they look as a collective. Under no circumstances am I going to take one side to finish without looking at the whole thing. Right, some things might need to change just because of the way it's stacked next to each other. Yeah, just going to stack it on the screen. Take a look at it and then get started on the other side. Before I jump to the other side, I'm going to clean this pocket up a little bit more. Looks like after taking it up a subdivision level, it's just collapsing, so I want to make sure that I have the right shape. So, nice square. Actually, let me undo that. I have to make sure I do both sides together because they're pretty much the same. The topology there is the same. So I'll go up subdivision level and clean this shape up with my topological move. It's a really thin panel. I think the only thing that's really around it is the threading, which I might put in. I think I should. I think it will help it look cool. That threading. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to use any threading for this particular project, because the last one I did, the way the threading works best is to skin wrap it, or nowadays probably to use Maya's proximity wrap. And but proximity wrap is cheaper than a skin wrap, but a skin wrap is fairly expensive. All right, so I want to minimize the amount of burdens that I'm going to deal with as I animate and simulate this character. So I might just leave out the threading, but that depends. I think in this case, because all the clothing are being simulated and I don't have to rig any clothing, this thing is going to move a lot faster. So I don't mind maybe just having just a little bit of threading. So I'm not fully decided on that. I might decide when all the clothing are done to just go through and put threading everywhere. But I'll wait for that after I've finished deciding. Yeah, and this is pretty cool. I think this is gonna work. Go in there and continue think at this point it's pretty good. It's very fabric-like too. All right, so we're ready to receive the zipper, and it's time to clean up this side. So this is the completed polish at subdivision level 4. So I went through and I actually added some more detail here because there's a mismatch in how high I was going up. There are a lot of things that I want to add before I continue. I don't want to just keep noodling away, and I actually want to move on to polish this ribbing over here and do some other things, and then I will close out by polishing the whole thing on a higher subdivision level. But what I am going to do before I move on is get rid of all these little bits of detail, not at this subdivision level, because what I'm about to do will do too much obliteration. But I'm just going to go to subdivision level 5. And perhaps I should duplicate this. And then I'm going to go deformation and give it a polish of just 1. Right, no more than that, just 1, and then the rest of the polish should be done by hand because there's so much information that I don't want to lose. Yeah, so it cleans up those little weird gutty results, or just starts with them. There's still a little bit more that I will have to deal with, but I'll continue to clean up, and probably involve the trim dynamic H polish brush to get all of it done, and smoothing. I just have to end up smoothing some of this stuff out, but I'm going to step away from it for a bit, and so when I come back I'll have a fresh eyes to look at it and polish it and add things that are needed. But for now, let's move up here, and this needs to be cleaned up, so I'll frame it. Intense. Okay, looks like I have a lot more information than I thought, but I need to do some smoothing out of this messy detail and re-establishing the separation and changing the intensity of some of these. Okay, I'll start here and gradually go from here all the way around. So I'm going to use the Damien standard to emphasize this separation. And as I increase the intensity, I don't want to go all the way across the surface. I want to keep it closer to the corners. It looks a lot better. And so it leaves this central region a lot more with a detail that is not as intense, and it's a good breakup. It's like I'm cutting into these corners where I have like a star, significantly more. That's where the seam or the stitching actually is, and it's doing a lot more. Holding together of the fabric to keep it tight. And here. Feeling good. Alright, so it's pretty much just emphasizing the line work on these corners, so I'm not gonna make you watch all of it. I'll speed through some point in time till I get to the other side. And actually for some of these regions I will close, but not all. This is just about varying intensity. You don't end up with the same type of detail. Take this all the way. There is a rim I have to do here. Panel. It's usually, I think, when you have real pockets instead of this zipper pocket, there's a panel on top here that's like the pocket layer. I'm still gonna put it in because it's a nice additional bit of detail that separates the ribbing from the actual pants. Alright, so this is pretty much what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause and I'll come back when I'm all the way around onto the other side. Alright, so that's it. I went through and gave it that first pass of just outlining stuff. Now I want to add a little bit of extra detail to it, but what I'm going to do before I do that is divide this mesh to its final state, and that's just one more subdivision. And now that I've got one more subdivision, I can start adding this bit of detail that I want to add. I'm going to duplicate the mesh. Okay, so this bit of detail, I want to put it in a layer just in case I don't like it, so I'm going to add a layer. And then I'm going to isolate. I'm going to take the Damien standard brush and just start marking out some new pathways just to break the surfaces up a bit. I'm not going to put it everywhere, just in specific areas. So it feels like ruffled fabric. It might be also a better idea to do this on a lower subdivision level. It's a bad idea. I've gone so high to do it. I'm sure it's not just a line that doesn't see completion. I might as well just go through, put the whole line in and just kind of smooth out the center, just to break this up a bit. Alright, that looks good, and the detail feels a lot more outlined. So what I'm going to do now is add the zippers and create the zipper panels so that these things can be functional if I decide to use them. Pretty much what I did for the jumpsuit. Right, so when I come back, we'll be working on the zippers. Alright, so I'm going to bake that layer that I added to do the ribbing and turn it off and bake all. And now I'm going to start work on the zippers. So I'll start with the pocket because that one is a little simpler. So I'll take the pocket panel and I'm going to grab my zipper insert brush. I'll take this one. And it's not bad. Usually when I get a good one like this, I just like to make the adjustments because it's better than just drawing over and over and over again. So I'm going to isolate the surface and split hidden, and go to the zipper, and really what I'm trying to do is just move it just a little bit. Let me unmask it and move it till it fits. Do a little bit of rotation and then auto group so I can isolate the zipper. I have to make sure I get the one on the other side. All the parts of the zipper and split hidden. And then now it's just a matter of going up to these tracks. I think the tracks are here. Just taking out the tracks that are not needed. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to mirror and weld so that it echoes the same poly group to the other side. So I only have to do all this work on one side. So I'm going to isolate these. I think that's about how much I need. And go transparency. Yeah, that's about how much. And then delete hidden. And then move these into position. Move this lower. solo it again. I'll leave all those excess tracks on there. When it's time, I might find out that I don't need to delete them. And even if there was an issue, I can always duplicate a track, which is what I'm about to do at the bottom with the feet. It's going to have to duplicate and move them to where they're supposed to be. All right, so that is the zipper on the pocket. And the next order of business is to create the panel. Actually, let me do some better positioning. It looks like it's crooked. Like that. All right, let me split the panel and then head down. So just like I did with the top, I'm going to grab this panel, solo, and to split it in half, I have to add an edge loop in between. So I'm gonna right click, go insert, single edge loop, right down the center. And actually, let me see if I'm at the center line. I think an easier way to do this is to just add another edge loop here. And right click and poly group, poly loop. Okay, so that creates that poly group, and I can isolate that and delete hidden. And I can spend my time adjusting this, turn on transparency and make sure it's at the right place. I'm going to auto group to separate these two pieces, and then mirror and weld, and then solo and move them a little closer together so I can close that gap. Okay. And then all that's left to do is just to extrude it to create the paneling. So I will select the face, extrude all polygons, and just push this in to create a panel, flip it, and that should be it. So if I do decide to use this zipper and open it, I have two panels I can part. All right, I've seen some penetration here that I'm gonna fix to come and do all this polishing. It's a lot of polishing. This stuff looks pretty muddy, but I wanna get the zippers out the way. Okay, so time to get the zipper on the side. I'm going to do one side and mirror and weld to the other side because I know this thing is not symmetrical and I don't want to have to deal with all the mess on both sides. So I'm going to solo, grab the zipper. This time I don't want that line. I've forgotten how to get rid of it. But you have to alt click away from it, but sometimes it's just so problematic and it just doesn't work. I'm gonna grab the zipper, do all the work here, and then delete it. So I have to move in the opposite direction, so I'd go like this. That is humongous and wrong. Let me try again with it. Still ridiculously large. That is too small. That is not a bad size, but I think let me reduce it. Yeah, this should be fine. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, I'll fix it by hand. All right, so let me alt click and see if this works. Okay, there it is. Just have to alt click on the mesh. Now I'm going to auto group. I really don't need this shell anymore. So I'm going to go delete hidden. And then I'm going to separate the zipper, split hidden, and back here. And the first order of business is to fix how high up it is. So I'll bring it down. Track's supposed to be around there, and rotate it up. Okay, so that looks good. And then it's time to, I'm gonna hide my pants and my character's body. Okay, and I'm going to move these to the appropriate location at the end of the zipper. Over there. Do the same here. And then I can hide the zipper, and all I have to do is just arrange these tracks to angle out. So what I'm going to do is just pick a row, split hidden, and just rotate it into position. Let me do double on this. Well, not this underlying mesh, but this is fine. Alright, so it'll be something like this. And we can isolate these. And start arranging them. And I can just hold down Control and drag to get the rest of them onto the surface. Usually let me finish the entire strip. Control drag, Control drag, Control drag. And auto group, so I can isolate selections again. And that's that side. And the other side, same deal. Separate all of them, split hidden, rotate them into position. Some of these are crooked, I have to be careful. Make sure they're traveling in a straight line or a logical path as far as the panel is concerned. And this is supposed to be every other one, so I'm going to make sure I have that looking right, and then just hold down Control and just duplicate and offset. Going off the track, so I have to auto group, make sure they're following the track. And continue to the end. And that should be it. But this is a little bit offset, so I have to make sure it's on the surface. I should be able to merge it back together. I don't need this piece. So I'll go delete hidden. And then just merge down these pieces. It's the track. So, and that's it. Now it's just time to move the zipper up. Okay, so the zipper is now on the tracks as best as it can be. And just so this thing represents gravity correctly, I'm going to make sure it's actually hanging down, falling. Okay, so that's about it. So if I can turn on the pants, that looks correct. Looks good. And what I'm going to do now is deal with this panel. So I'll go solo, and when I'm done, I'll mirror everything and adjust it to work. So with this panel, what I'm actually going to do is, I'm not even going to, unsolo and make sure that the line is right in the middle of the tracks. So all I'm going to do, first I'll get rid of, turn on double, delete hidden to get rid of that. And then I'm going to select one half of it, group visible, and split hidden. Just so I know they're separate pieces. Merge down to get them back together. And just make sure they are in fact two different pieces. Yes. And then extrude all polygons inward to get thickness. Turn off transparency, and that should suffice. That's enough. Solo again, and make sure they're two separate pieces. Yes, they are. Alright, so it can be functional if I decide to zip up. So I'm going to now activate symmetry, mirror and weld, and then do the same for the tracks. Activate symmetry, mirror and weld. That is a mistake. Solo. Wonder why I did that. Solo that again. And mirror and weld. Okay. That's better. And it looks like I'm not gonna have to move anything. It fits fine. I guess I wasn't that offset. Turn on polyframe to inspect it. And I'll do with a zipper. Activate symmetry, mirror and weld. Oh, that's wrong. Oh, because it's masked. I didn't even know that was a feature. Let me solo the zipper. Make sure it's properly positioned over the tracks. Very simple thing to fix, but alright, and then mirror and weld. And it's on the other side. Okay, so that's it for all the zipper work and the panels. That's all done. Time to move on to the next stage. All right, it's time to polish this thing. So I'm going to do that with smoothing and flatten, sometimes H polish, brush, whichever is doing a better job. So smooth and this is the flatten brush. This is H polish. And I'm using the flatten brush as I have been using it with T-sub turned on. To get straighter lines. I'll probably also use Damien standard to push some of these crevices a lot better. And I'm on subdivision level 5, by the way. So I'll use Damien standard here. Push this shape. And when you go inside these holes, it's like really weird, muddy information. I'm still going to do this thing where I go in profile and fix some of these shapes that are not doing the right thing. Alright, this is all it's going to be. It's going to be mostly Damien standard, flatten, and then fix it in profile. So I'm going to pause, get it all done, and come back. Alright, so this is the result with this tier of polish. I think I got a lot of the muddiness still in some areas. And it's not bad. The closer you go, the more you feel like it needs more and more polish, but as you zoom out and look at it, it's on its way there. I'm gonna keep tumbling and fixing shapes. Really, this is what the majority of it should have been, just moving around and using the move tool to straighten some of these really crooked shapes in all angles. This one is worth running through like that. Another thing I wanted to remove is I don't really like this. I think it's a dangerous shape to bake in. It's a little too distracting, so I'm going to tone it down. I'm going to leave nCloth to do all the work up here. Add creases as she's walking and stepping. I might even paint property maps to make sure it's overemphasized there, and I'll see how it treats all this and decide whether or not property maps need to be painted to minimize certain things. Yeah, I think it's pretty nice. Probably want to come in here, in these areas here, and put in some minor crease information and smooth it. Not on this subdivision level, should be up because there is information there, it's just really muted. So when you put in these things, you gotta make sure you soften them out, especially at the extremities of the stroke. So just sit there, hint at detail. don't even know how I missed something like this. This is a huge, huge shape. Alright, I'm gonna tumble around and do some more of these cleanups and profile and stuff, and then I'll come back and show you how I'm going to extract these side panels and the inside panel. Fairly easy, because that was the reason why I kept the mesh flowing down and sculpted on top of this, because I have those panels already aligned. The topology has them aligned, so I can just isolate those panels and do inflation of some sorts. Alright, it's time to extrude the panel. I'm going to isolate the upper layer. I'll go add a layer up top to also help me with this, but right now I'm just going to exclude what I don't need. I can turn on symmetry for this. This entire central region. And I think that is it. That is everything I want to extract. Not extract, but extrude as a panel. I have to be very careful. Make sure I've left enough room to do the seam over there. But yeah, I think this is it. This is the panel. I'm putting a group visible, so it's easily selectable. I'm going to go to a higher subdivision layer, add a layer, side panels, and I'll isolate it on a lower subdivision level so it doesn't cost a lot. Mask it. Actually, let me get the mask off of everything to be sure. Isolate it. I probably should mask it on a higher subdivision level. Turn off frame. Invert. And add this lip. Adding it on 6 won't hurt. Actually, if I go to 7, it'll be a little blurred, and it will allow for at least maybe 1 row to be the height. But let me see what it does. So I'll go to inflate. All right, that's not enough. 2 is not enough. So I'll do an inflate of maybe 10. That's pretty good, but I want more, and I'm going to overemphasize the effect, so I can dial it down if I don't want it. So I'll go maybe 25, like that, because it is a visible panel. And for this stylized character, I want to push it. So, ooh, I made a mistake. This cannot be part of the selection, so I have to make sure that's removed. It is my own addition to these pants. I have to make sure nothing I'm doing is altering this. So for the rest of it, I'm just going to select it. that. So a little bit of cushion. And do this again at 25. Okay. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do is shave this down with trim dynamic, because it definitely feels wrong at this top here. Smooth it out so it transitions in there better. Has a lip, a bevel. Yeah, that is intense. I'll make sure I run a few smooths on this because it is really harsh. Let me go down the subdivision level and just give it a nice little bevel that you can catch a light. And that's a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot more beveling than that. So come down to a lower subdivision level. Run some more smooths. Better. And I'm going to cheat a little because this panel is pretty distorted, so I'm going to come down to the lower subdivision level and I'm actually going to do it on a separate layer. Call it side panel distortion fix. Go down to like 4 and just a little bit of adjusting so it's not stretching as much. There, like that. That should do it. And then now it's time for these seams. First one I'm going to do is the one that I want to put around under the ribbing. So waist seam, I'm going to grab Diamond standard brush, make sure I crank up lazy mouse, put symmetry on, and I want to put something here. Go to the other side and put one. Also there. Interesting separator, very important one. It has to happen down the center line. So I'm going to come here, make sure I create a layer for that. Center seam. I'll put all this on a layer so the ones that are not working can be isolated and removed. Okay. Front and back. And then I'll go to the pocket shortly, but I'm gonna get this one. I'm gonna fix that first. So that's a zipper panel fix to a lower subdivision level. And isolate each side. Turn off symmetry. And fix these shapes. Alright, so go back to the high subdivision level and add my leg zipper seam. I'm going to turn on symmetry for this. And chart. Alright, that works. And then there's two seams here at the ankle, so I'll add this ankle seam, and I'll try to keep symmetry on. We'll look for pathways to follow. Make sure I clean this. Okay, I think that's it. Pretty much for this lesson, I think this is as far as I'm willing to go. There's a whole bunch of penetrations that need to be fixed, so I'm going to go here, penetration fixes, go to a lower sub-D level, and just pull them out. There's actually I'm going to turn on symmetry for this one. Over there, it feels like the other side of the geometry is coming out. So I'll fix that a different way. All right, so for this, I have to make sure I isolate this outer shell and pull so that the other side of the geometry doesn't peer through. That's why it's important to keep a inner shell. Yeah, that panel is very harsh. And I also forgot another panel is the pocket panel. So let me add that. Not the panel, the seam. Again, I've not decided whether I'm going to put stitching on there. It's very snug too, so I need to be careful. use this. And you can get away with these little weird nicks and cuts because this is fabric. So if you are creating a mechanical shape, these things might not just, will not be okay. And I can also get away with making minor movements to align it better. Alright, so that's it. One thing I want to do is go up here and tone down this side panel a bit. Make it 0.5, see what it looks like. Yeah, I can keep dialing it up and down until I feel like it's enough. Right now here I'm seeing it too much. Alright, before I go, there's a small error I want to fix on these sweatpants. If I solo it here, this little panel here, that's wrong. So I'm going to just do fix of the crotch, panel, crotch, fix. I'm going to go down a few subdivision levels and just smooth out this. More than likely I have to go to the higher subdivision levels and also take it out of there. And the highest. And then just chart. Sure, I actually should do this at a lower subdivision level just. And then emphasize it higher. I should probably also pull out, let me turn on lazy mouse. Just hold to pull out the lip a little bit more. And should be enough, but I'll go to the high subdivision level, give it that final pristine touch. That should be cool. So that's the crotch fix. All right, so that's it for this lesson. In this lesson, I was able to get her jumpsuit, the unitard, and the pants. And in the next lesson, I'm either going to continue on by starting her bubble jacket and this outfit, or I might move on to his stuff and do his underlying attire so that I can alternate back and forth between both characters. So in the next lesson, I might go over the plan for him and the additional clothing items that I want to do for him. I'm going to cross them out as I complete them. This jacket is going to be fairly difficult. This fit is easy. All the ornaments and things that come with this fit, the chains and stuff like that, it's hard surface modeling, so I've put them in a separate lesson along with these sunglasses. And the footwear for her and her original footwear I decided to do are also going to be one unique lesson. So it's going to be about 2 or 3 more lessons to wrap everything up so I can move to start texturing her. Or actually start resurfacing, UVing, and then eventually texturing her.